Good afternoon, Council and staff and those who are participating both in person as well as at home today. Welcome to Council meetings for Monday, July 18, 2022, and call the meeting to order. Looking for an adoption of the agenda, that the content of the Council agenda for July 18, 2022 be adopted as presented. Mover and a seconder. Got Councillor Doherty and I've got Councillor Jeffrey. And any comment discussion prior to Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I noticed we have a email we received about a half an hour ago from a gentleman who wishes to be added to do a short deputation at today's meeting at 5 p.m. It's Mr. Jim Rowe. To speak to the item having to do with the Arts Center. So I would like to move that be added to the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just look to the clerk. Clerk Almas, would you consider that to be a friendly amendment? And then I would look back to my mover and seconder as such.
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship. No, that specifically actually requires a majority consent of council. So I would approve the amendment and then approve the adoption of the agenda as amended.
Okay. So then I'll go back to you, Councillor Hamlin. If you would like to move your amendment to include the deputation later today by Mr. Rowe. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Berman? And just so that we're clear, what we're being asked is that earlier today, Mr. Rowe had sent in correspondence. He'd like to speak specifically to the item that's being discussed regarding the feasibility study. And if it is the will of council, we'll add him at 5 o'clock. So I'll call the vote. Those in the affirmative? Okay. Those opposed? So noted. And then I will go back to my mover, Councillor Doherty, and my seconder, Councillor Jeffrey. You're okay, that we adopt the agenda as amended. Okay, and I'll call the vote. Those in the affirmative, and that is unanimous. Thank you. Item 3, declarations of pecuniary interest. Are there any today? So, Councillor Carrier.
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. Under council business item number 14, in particular 14.2.1, the fire pumper purchase advancement. My company is under contract to the town of Collingwood for the fire service to recover costs incurred by the fire service. And one of the categories that the money is to be spent on is capital purchases. Therefore, I'll be recusing myself from that discussion.
Okay. And Councillor Hamlin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I'd like to declare a conflict. It's item 10.3. It's an item that's coming to us from the Corporate and Community Services Standing Committee. I am one of the members of the Board of Directors of the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay, and this item has to do with possible financial support for that institute. Thank you.
Right. Thank you both. And if anything else arises throughout, we know what to do accordingly. That takes us to the purpose of this afternoon's meeting, and that is number 4, the in-camera. And that is that whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to the proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposal of land for town or local board purposes. That would be item B. The receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. That would be item A. Trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value. And again, that would be item A. A position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And those would be both items A and B. A pertains to the new Tecumseh Water Agreement negotiations, and the second is an item under the title of potential land acquisition. Can I get a mover and seconder? I've got the acting deputy mayor. And I've got Councillor Madigan. Are there any questions regarding this prior to me calling the vote? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. And it is carried unanimously. So at 2:04 p.m., we will rise from our seats here and we'll move across the hall to our Braniff room for the closed session meeting. Before I do that, do you anticipate a rise and report specific to this afternoon's discussions? I apologize, I'm putting you on the spot.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I believe that there is a potential for an update following the in-camera, but we won't know until we move in camera and have those conversations.
Thank you. And Mr. Sargent, I assume that you're in correspondence with Mr. Rowe about 5 p.m. Great. Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll move to our in-camera session. Thanks. Okay, Council, it's 4:04 p.m. on the 18th of July, and I'll look for a mover and seconder so that we can rise from our in camera this afternoon. I've got Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. I've got Councillor Doherty. There is no report as a result of our discussion this afternoon, but if I could call the vote, those in the affirmative to rise. That's carried unanimously. So at 4:04 p.m. this afternoon, we've risen from the in-camera, and we will now recess until our regular scheduled meeting at 5 p.m. this afternoon. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, council, staff, those joining us in person and those watching at home. We are returning from our recess from earlier today and are continuing our council meeting for Monday, July 18, 2022. And I'll turn to Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod to read our land acknowledgement, please. Sure.
Got it. Thank you. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others, who were families and friends and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. For those who are joining us now, the agenda that was presented, tabled earlier today at 2 o'clock, there was a motion to amend, and we have a deputation that's been added. That deputation will become or come before us after community announcements and before item number 8 on the agenda, which is the reports of minutes from committees and boards. So with that said, I'm going to turn to our CAO for an introduction and ask that she call our chief to make a presentation, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have here with us our new Chief Thurman and our new Deputy Chief Stephen Nemo, and I think they're both going to come up to the podium, I would hope, and they both have a couple of words to mention. I can't say how immensely proud I am of them both and of the people that came before them, in that they we've been able to promote from within, and we certainly have looked quite broadly to find the best available, and they are some of our folks from within. So over to them. Thank you.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you. Is that on? Yep. Sorry about that. I just want to say thank you for having us. It's a real honor to introduce our new Deputy Chief, Stephen Nemo. A little bit, you all know Stephen, I'm sure, but just a little background. Stephen has been on the department for 28 years. He's worked his way through the ranks as a volunteer to a firefighter to an acting captain to the captain, and 6 years as the captain. He's got exceptional leadership skills. He's taken many courses through the Fire College, Humber College. He's been a great friend, and I know he's going to do an excellent job. I'm going to let Stephen talk a little bit, but welcome to the position. I know you're going to be a great leader as a deputy chief.
Well, thanks, Chief. I'll get you a coffee tomorrow for those kind words. Nice to be here, Mr. Acting Mayor, Madam Acting Deputy Mayor. I know most of the council, some more than others, some from back with our association time, former mayors and former councillors. I'm thrilled to be here, Madam CAO. Looking forward to continuing my service to the community and the fire department, and I'm looking forward to working with you all more. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
I didn't hear now.
So just before you go, you don't run away. To our new Deputy Chief, congratulations, and we certainly wish you continued success. You've got big shoes to fill in the chief that stands to your left. And between the two of you, you've got even bigger shoes to fill in the departing of our former chief, Mr. Parr. And I know that the department is in excellent hands, and that you will continue the fine work that the fire service provides the residents and our visitors and our neighboring municipalities that you do. So thank you very much. Is there anyone else around the table that would like to offer comment? I see a few verbal yeses in terms of thank you. So anyways, thank you both. Appreciate it. I have an agenda in front of me on the computer. I have a printed agenda in front of me, and I clearly need a third one on this side because I missed item 6, which is the adoption of minutes from previous minutes or meetings. So if I could get somebody to move a regular meeting of council held June 27th, 2022, and a special meeting of council held July 11, 2022, that the minutes of the council meeting held June 27th, 2022, and the special meeting of council held July 11th, 2022, be approved as presented. Mover and a seconder, please. I've got Councillor Doherty and I've got Councillor Jeffrey. Any comments before I call the vote? Seeing none, those in the affirmative, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Is there any business arising from those minutes? Okay. Before we go around the table with announcements, I'll go back to our two special guests. You are more than welcome, Chief and Deputy Chief, to stay, and you are more than welcome to go and enjoy the fine evening. It's up to you. So thank you again for being with us. I appreciate it. It's up to you. Community announcements. You're on tap.
Thank you. I actually was hoping that former Deputy Dan would depart so I can talk about him behind his back. It was a pleasure to attend the retirement, how many? 17th, I think, retirement party for for Chief Parr on Friday night after we raised the pride flag. And Chief Thurman says that his pants don't fit anymore because of all of those farewell parties and all the treats and goodies that have been delivered to the fire hall. So I think that's adorable and shows what kind of a community we have that supports our fire service. And what a weekend it was with our first in-person pride with the flag raising and the parades. And I have to say that my calves might not recover from all the dancing that I did on the Sappho cruise and also during the parade. But boy, howdy, it was a great time. And thank you so much to the organizers and to the participants and for the friends and allies of the LGBTQ2S plus community in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Madigan.
I as well as probably everybody else is going to chat about Pride Weekend. I'm not going to say the phrase "boy howdy" like Marion snuck in there. And I don't need to echo it anymore. Marion said it the best. But what I want to say is in between our two meetings, just for the people to get a greater understanding of this, we walked down to Fig and Feta, Mary and I, to get a drink. And I saw this young man. I would say he's probably 29 to 30. And he's been a customer of mine forever. And I said, welcome home. And he and his partner said that, Evan said that if there was something like this when he was 12, it would have changed his life. It would have made it a lot easier and a lot better. They've now moved to Montreal. They're living their best life in Montreal. But for me, that hit home to have a local boy born and raised, went to Catholic school, and just say after, nice to see you, Bob, thank you to the town of Collingwood for doing this. We did not take credit. We just said thank for the organizers, but thanks for coming home and visiting, and that meant a lot for him to say that to us. It hit home, and we wish him and his partner the best, and we told him to come home even more often. So obviously that hit home from grassroots, born and raised, came back for it, and wished that there was something. So I believe he said if we save one person, it's worth it. So thank you for everybody for voting for it, and thanks for the organizers. I appreciated it, and so did they. Thank you.
Councillor Doherty?
Not another thing to add.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Berman?
Yes, thank you. I don't think I have the words to expand on that either.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you. So kudos to my colleagues for a wonderful summation of our weekend celebrating the Pride event, and to our staff for all their hard work. On a different note, we have a children's theater opportunity and performances coming up July 26th and 27th at the Collingwood Legion, and they're having a dress rehearsal on July 25th. But would you like to take in all their hard work? Volunteers are working from July 11th to July 22nd with ages 8 to 12. To bring together these performances, and there's no charge, but donations are gratefully accepted. So just wanted to give them a shout out. Thank you.
Councillor Hamlin?
I have nothing to add to the remarks that have been made there. They were great and just summarized what a wonderful weekend and how lucky we are in our town to have had a Pride parade and to have so many people come out. So thank you.
Right. Councillor Carrier?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I sometimes get asked the question, do you regret things that happened when you were mayor? I'm going to say I regret one of the things that didn't happen, that it took until this past weekend to have a gay pride celebration in our community. So I congratulate all of you and the organizers for making that happen. I too spoke to a number of parents who have children who've moved away and children who have come home, and they moved away because they didn't feel particularly welcome with their lifestyle. And it speaks to the power of the moment that inclusivity, acceptance, love means a lot, and we should never forget that. And I don't think you do at the local level, but it is one of the regrets that I have that we did not do a celebration much sooner than this past weekend. But the other thing that I would like to mention to yourself, your worship, soon to be your worship, is that under 14.2 on the agenda tonight is the fire pumper purchase, and we can make Chief Thurman sit there in his tight pants all night, or you do have the authority to facilitate the agenda or move the agenda so that he may go home and celebrate more. Or not. I'm just putting that out as a maybe just somebody who's done it in the past, moving things around to make it easier for people to enjoy their personal life. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I apologize to Chief Thurman as I'm throwing you out. You're kind of looking at me perplexed, like, "Oh, wait a second, I still got a role to play here tonight." So I'll circle back to that in a second, but very appropriate. Thank you for mentioning that. I just wanted to make a brief remark, and that is that I thought, and I think that in the past week, if you were to draw on different activities, whether it was the Collingwood Music Festival, whether it was various musical events that were taking place, at our museum or down the street in front of Sheffer Court, et cetera, on Wednesday, and then, of course, all of the things that led up to Friday with the launch of the flag raising, all of the activities that took place Friday, Saturday, and Sunday across the community. And then, of course, just the fact that if you saw the bevy of activity in terms of people enjoying the natural amenities, our trails, the water system, et cetera, I think that this past week is perhaps most reflective of the power, the strength, and just how good Collingwood is and can be. It really was representative of how wonderful this community is. With that said, and I wanted to just make one comment, and that is that I take great pride in the fact that perhaps by accident, I was the first acting mayor to jump up on a float and partake in a Pride event. And I was thrilled to do so. And I think we all, when we were heading west on 4th, turn right, and then north on here, Ontario, were quite taken aback, pleasantly, by the number of people who had turned out. I didn't know what to expect. I don't think any of us did. And it was a true representation of the community. When we were going down and having that opportunity to sort of look, from an aerial perspective, it was a true representation in terms of age, demographic, new and old Collingwood coming together. And I thought it was a real defining moment. If you were to say, what are some defining moments? I think that this past weekend in particular was a defining moment for this community. My last comment is specifically to the individual at the end of Here Ontario who chose to show up with a couple of homemade signs. And I just want to thank that individual for showing up. Because in showing up, what you proved was, one, the very reason why we need to have an event like Collingwood Pride, the importance. That individual answered the question, why? At the same time, they also proved the point that in going forward, the work needs to continue to move forward to ensure that Collingwood can be an inclusive, safe place for anyone who chooses to make this community their home, who choose to visit here, whatever the case may be. And I hope that perhaps, like the individual who took the time to write a letter to the editor about changing their perspective, that individual who stood on the corner of Here Ontario and First Street or Highway 26, that maybe next year they'll change their perspective, better yet, before then, and they'll join us in the celebration as opposed to being on the outside looking in. With that, I will move along. We had two things that I'll just note. One is that at the outset of our 2:00 meeting, we had two declarations of conflict. We've got Councillor Carrier, you'll be stepping away, and Councillor Hamlin at various points, and those were noted. Thank you. And then we amended our agenda to include a deputation. So, Mr. Rowe, you're joining us this evening. I'd ask you to come forward. And, sir, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I won't need all of it. Okay. I appreciate you taking the time to let me speak today, even though I missed the deadline for deputations. Thank you. My name is Jim Rowe, and I've resided in Collingwood for 2.5 years. I do not have any pecuniary interest in an art center being built, nor do I have any affiliation with any of the many, many arts groups that would most definitely benefit from the construction of an art center. What I do have is 43 years of professional experience working in arts, culture, and entertainment, largely in Toronto. I know my business well, and I am extremely passionate about it. In 2012, I was proud to be awarded the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal. The citation noted that it was being awarded to me for a lifetime spent as an advocate for and ambassador of the arts in Canada. I moved here because Collingwood is a delightful and a lovely town. I badly need a professionally equipped theater and art center. I'm here today to support Director Culver's request for further funding to help reach that goal. I don't see the need to spend time and money that isn't required to find a new consultant. While I take issue with some of the findings in their report, now is not the time to go over that. I fully support the ask of $100,000 for this purpose. Have I mentioned that we badly need a professionally equipped theater and art center? The arts reap many benefits for peoples, towns, and are very good for business. I'm not just speaking of societal benefits, there are proven economic benefits as well. I'd like to quote from a study released by the Ontario Arts Council in 2021. Arts and culture in Ontario directly contribute $27.5 billion, it's with a B, $27.5 billion to the provincial economy, over 3% of Ontario's GDP. Further, there are more than 288,000 culture jobs in Ontario, over 4% of total Ontario employment. According to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, arts, culture, and heritage improve the ability of municipal governments to influence local economic development by attracting and retaining a skilled and talented workforce. If you have a skilled and talented workforce, it follows that businesses looking to expand or relocate will be attracted to your town. 65% of Ontario business leaders say that a thriving arts and culture scene is something that would make it easier to attract top-tier talent to their community. In fact, in many cities and towns, the financial support of arts and culture falls under the economic development banner. So back to the Ontario Arts Council study for a minute. 88% of Ontarians agree that arts and culture activities are important to a community's economic well-being. You don't need to convince people. A vast majority already agree. 92% of Ontarians agree that exposure to arts and culture is important to individual well-being. Thrown out a lot of statistics, and I will supply Clerk Almas with a link should you wish to proceed to read my where I got this information. I'm almost done, but I have one more thing. City of Toronto did a study. It's not new, but much of what they found is still very relevant today. Since 1957, Toronto has provided grants to arts organizations. 2009, for every dollar the city put on the table, cultural organizations were able to leverage a total of $17.75. That's a remarkable return on investment. $17.75 comes from $5 from other levels of governments, $5 from the private sector, and over $7 in earned revenue such as ticket sales, venue rentals, bar and gift shop, etc. Say what you will about arts companies, they know how to leverage money. I strongly recommend an external economic impact study be undertaken concurrent with the continuation of the feasibility study. And no more statistics. To me, the question is not whether we should build a professionally equipped theater and arts center. The question is, how soon can we get shovels in the ground, and why can't it be next spring? Here are my key takeaways. The arts are a proven economic and societal driver, but you must support them and give them the tools that they need. A professionally equipped theater and arts center is one of those tools. People and businesses already support the arts. Let's give them more. Give Director Culver the resources he needs to get this done. And I will close with a quote. Goal without a plan is just a wish. Let's not simply have a wish, let's make a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe, just before you step away, and I know you've got contact information, et cetera, is there anyone around the table that has a specific question for our? Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. CEO Skinner, as my elder statesman down my left-hand side here pointed out, 14.2, we had two presentations, one from Director Slama, the other from Chief Thurman. And I'd move to bring Chief Thurman's presentation forward. We could do Director Slama at the same time. I'm not sure if she would be connected to anything else this evening, if that was appropriate.
Yes, Chair, I think it would be good. And I think if we could do Director Slama first and then the Chief, and we could run through those two pieces, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Director Slama. And so just for the public, we've now moved forward to item 14.2 on our agenda, which is other business, and we've got two updates from two different departments. So you're first. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Worship. So we just wanted to provide a bit of a heads up this evening that we'll be bringing forward a request to advance for environmental services, advance some budget items that would be intended for 2023 to be included in the 2023 budget. And possibly in our case, we might be looking even at a project that's intended for 2024. So what we're talking about is our replacement membranes. We have two styles of membranes at our water treatment plant. And while we work through the years of constructing our new water treatment plant, we do still need to maintain and upgrade in some cases or replace the membranes that we have at the plant so that we can maintain so that we can provide our rated capacity and have a reliable way of doing that. So in the 2023 budget, we had intended to replace a couple of cassettes from our 1,000 units. And then in 2024, we were looking at some replacement cassettes for our 500 units. And that's just the model number, basically, of the membrane. So we have the two different styles. And what we have discovered or been informed of recently from our membrane supplier, Suez, is that lead times that were typically in the range of 10 weeks are now going to be 20 weeks at a minimum. So for us, when we're looking at replacing our membranes, we need to be cognizant that we aren't replacing them during cold temperatures, because the membranes must remain wet and under a solution while they're being transported. And the idea is as soon as you get them, you want to, as quickly as possible, put them into the plant and put them into our raw water and keep them wet. And so for that reason, we don't want to replace them during the winter months. And also, we don't want to have any of our capacity down during our high demand season, which is our summer months. So when we're looking at replacing our membranes, we're always requesting to have delivery so we can do the changeover in the spring or in the fall. And so knowing that what we had wanted to order in 2023, we're going to be coming forward and asking for some advance budget approval for our 2023 membrane replacements so that we can order them as soon as possible and specify when we would like our delivery time, which would either be in the spring of 2023 or in the fall of 2024. We're also talking with Suez and contemplating whether we should also be requesting of council to advance order our membranes for 2024, which would be another $500,000. So I'm giving a bit of a long summary, but we will be bringing this forward for council's decision in August. We just wanted to give you a heads up in advance.
Thank you, Director Slama. So seeing as that there is no decision being made, this was simply an update, but I will ask around the table, does anyone have a question specific to the update? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I'm assuming these funds will be coming from the reserve in terms of that request through to Director Slama.
Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Jeffrey, that is correct. This funds would come out of our water reserves.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. You're a mind reader. I don't even have to lift my card. Thank you, Director Slama, and through the chair. So we anticipate quite an extended lead time. Are you anticipating any significant change in pricing in addition to an expanded lead time?
Director Slama.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Doherty. That's a very good question. A bit of my recollection is that the prices that we're seeing are a little bit higher. Nothing substantial and great yet, but I do believe that we have seen a bit of an increase. So I'm going to say 20% off the top of my head, Councillor Doherty.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anyone else. So Director Slama, thank you for the update this evening. And the gentleman I so eloquently threw out, Chief. And please note that Councillor Carey at 529 has excused himself as earlier stated. So
thank you, Mayor, Council.
Okay.
I'm back in. Hopefully I'm still in the honeymoon phase for you guys right now. So, but basically, just to give it a little heads up, we are looking for another pumper. I want to back up a little bit, tell you the history if I could. Normally we have 3 pumpers. They used to be replaced every 12 years. We decided that we could bring them out to 15 years. That being said, the one pumper is due for next year. Talking to all the vendors, we are at a 24 to 26 month build time, and which is really putting us behind by another year. The problem too is then the residual value of the truck is going down. So basically, the costs have also increased, which is normal right now through COVID time, but we're looking at about a 30% increase in that too. But it's also going up as we speak, pretty much monthly. It's going up. So our trade-in value on the pumper we have now, which is a 2008, is quite high. So we have a good value return on that. But basically, that's kind of sums it up. I'd like to get it going as soon as possible because of the wait times. Where it used to be 9 months is now, like I said, 24 to 26 months.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Are there any questions specific to the update this evening? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. So at 5:31, Councillor Carrier has returned. And with that, we will move then back to item 8 on our agenda, which is the report of minutes of other committees and boards. We only have one this evening, and that is that the minutes of the following boards be hereby received and recommendations contained therein be approved. And that being the Collingwood Public Library Board minutes, I will look to of June 23rd, 2022. And I'll look to the mover being our council representative, Councillor Berman, and seconder, Councillor Jeffrey. And are there any questions specific to these minutes? Okay, seeing none, then we'll call the question. Those in favor of receiving, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Standing committee report. So the first one under agenda item 9 under the Corporate and Community Services from July 4, 2022. And this would be that Council received the Corporate and Community Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held July 4th, 2022, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. The first being C 2022-23, complementary parking for charitable groups, and recommendation to approve the pilot parking program to provide parking relief for charitable or nonprofit organizations during fundraising events at the waterfront paid parking areas. And I will look to the chair and vice chair. So I've got Councillor Madigan as our mover and our vice chair as acting Mayor McLeod. Are there any questions specific to this particular item? Seeing none, then I'll call the question. All those in favor, and that is unanimous. Thank you. The second one is with regards to the Arts and Culture Center feasibility completion. And I'll just preface it. So this came through committee, and at the committee, there were the two recommendations tabled, and the committee's preference was to refer it to this body so that there'd be a full discussion or full opportunity for discussion with all of council this evening. So with that, I'm going to just table at this point staff report PRC 2022-07 Arts and Culture Center feasibility completion be received. And I'm going to look for a mover and seconder to first receive this item. And I'll look again to the chair, Councillor Madigan, vice chair, Deputy Mayor McLeod, and all in favor of receiving. Thank you. Between that meeting and tonight, there was an opportunity, if those were in attendance, wanted to ask questions of clarity. There was additional information that was sent through to us via Director or from Director Culver. There's information contained within this document from Director Culver. So before we go any further, would anyone like to ask a question of clarity, et cetera, specific to option 1, option 2? I then will look for a mover and a seconder, and then I would ask that that individual state one of the preferences to put on the table so that we can start the conversation. So I'm going to go with the first in order. And the council approve an expenditure limit of $100,000 from the Arts and Culture Legacy Fund to support the continuation of consultation work by NGL Nordicity Group to identify the final location, size, and composition of a community arts and culture center in Collingwood. There will be no or if this item is approved, obviously. Okay. So I've got Councillor Madigan again as my chair from that committee, and I've got my vice chair as in acting mayor, Deputy Mayor McLeod, and I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hull. So I couldn't agree with our deputant more in the need for this type of center in our future, and also the fact that there's no point in jumping ship from the consultants that we have on board. The one question I have through to Director Culver is, at what point do we get into the discussion? Because there's been a lot of funding models thrown around in terms of, 15 million from here and 15 million from there and 15 million. So, the municipality, these legacy funds are precious that we have here set aside already, and we're using them as a great investment to move us forward. But at what point do we do the strategic plan around solidifying or confirming the funding models?
Sir? Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So just to confirm, you're speaking of the capital funding models or the operating?
More so capital, but probably both, because the operating, all of our facilities operate at a loss through the Acting Mayor Hull, to you, Director Culver. So there is the reality there that there is a cost of providing our community with these services, but definitely on the capital side, because I think that's where the leveraged funds are going to come from.
Yeah, so thank you. Through you, Mayor. So the capital funding is a contingent upon the what. And so this phase of the feasibility assessment will narrow down and bullseye the what. That's sort of, so the initial study sort of indicated a range of options based on an array of possibilities. And so this phase 2, the goal of it is to come to council with here's where it should be, here's what it should contain, and here's the size of it, which is as close as we can get to determining a proper estimate for capital costing. And then also we would hope to continue to evolve the operational funding. So the consultant will, again, engage their expertise to take the pro forma concepts that were indicated in the initial phase 1 part of the study and refine them even further to the point where they can say this is again a conceptual likelihood for the operating model, and give council a bit of a heads up, because that'll, I'm sure, play into council's decisions about going to the next phase, which is the design build phase.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I just wanted to support the comments that Councillor Jeffries made. I was thrilled when this report came forward from Director Culver. I listened at the committee to the discussions. I do feel it's time for our community to take the next step in this journey to determining whether we'll have a arts and performing arts center and entertainment center here in our town to serve our region and our community, of course. I'm also in support of Nordicity continuing their work. I can see staff was pleased with the first phase of the work they did. And to my mind, there's no reason to bring in someone else to finish, I'll say, the job. I also wanted to comment just for a moment on one of the points that Mr. Rowe made, which was in many communities, the funding of the arts goes through economic development. And I know we don't have an economic development committee in our town, and I hope that will be something a future council would consider. But I can share in the 80s, I did sit on the City of Toronto's Economic Development Committee, and all the arts funding came through there. And we weren't allowed to make any changes to what the staff recommendations were. That was a no-no. But millions of dollars went through that committee and to the betterment of that town. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carrier, and then I've got you.
Thank you. Just through you, Acting Mayor Hall, to Director Culver, just for some clarifications in the feasibility study for arts and culture, and then the PowerPoint presentation that was also sent to us online. So the business model considerations assumes a $250,000 a year subsidy, so tax dollars. And I agree, almost all municipal facilities are not self-funding. But then when you have the operational deficit, is that on top of the $250,000? So like year one for the 400-seat theater, it's $312,000 on top of the $250,000?
Through you, Mayor, I think that, so again, I'd have to kind of go do the research, and I'm happy to follow up with you, but my recollection from reviewing the study is that the 250 was sort of the ballpark for both models in that neighborhood, and not compounded beyond that, from what I recall. Again, I think it's fair to say, on behalf of Nordicity and staff who had a role in these figures as well, is that these are very high level, and they're intended to be very conceptual at this point in the phase one component. And as we move through phase two, we look to refine them and get to much more accurate numbers, having tested many parts of the model that was built for phase one.
Through you, but the report was also clear that it doesn't include any debt financing as well. It was almost as if the whole thing was either paid for and debt financing. If the town was financing it, then that was going to be added on top of the cost. So when you're looking at the costs that were projected for the 400 to 600 seat theater, was 16 to 25 million, and 32 to 49 million for the 800, depending on how much is debt financed, if any. I don't know if the town has those kinds of reserves to spill out, because it doesn't really say there is funding coming from somewhere. We have no guarantee until it moves down the road. So debt financing with interest rates moving could be a substantial increase in costs.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor. Through you, yeah, you're correct, and I'm sorry I missed the point of the question earlier, but yeah, so the models are showing operating funding net of debt financing, debt servicing of any kind. So that's another determination that would be pulled together for council's decision making.
Did the tourism sector, I know way back when we did have an economic development committee, because I sat on it, we were part of certain tourism region.
RTO 7.
Right. So are we allowed to have a seat tax yet? That would go to a seat tax, like a bum tax? Or is that allowed yet?
So again, thank you through you, Acting Mayor. The a destination marketing tax or a VAT or a seat tax, these have all been discussed in the past and so far have not gained the traction in the community. However, yes, it's not I don't think adjudicated by RTO 7. It's more of I believe it's based on a national model.
Right.
It's based on a CRA.
In the past, like the Toronto Municipal Act allowed them to do it. It didn't allow other municipalities to do it, but I didn't know how those discussions had moved along to allow municipalities flexibility to, let's say, have a surcharge on capital costs.
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor, I'm not super familiar with the mechanics, but I believe that's something we can come back to council with further information on as needed.
And so the public who's listening either at home or in the audience, what's the timeline? Like, we had a gentleman here today say, well, it'd be nice to see shovels in the spring. Is that something that's feasible, or are you looking at, with an election campaign, decisions may change next year, but is something that, is the spring something that's feasible, or are you talking 1 year, 2 years, 3 years away?
Through you, Acting Mayor, one thing this project has taught me is never to make any promises about timelines ever again. I'm loath to present any kind of speculative time frame. I can say that Nordicity, in conversations with them, has speculated that they expect another 5 to 6 months of work to finish phase 2. After that, it will be contingent upon council's decision making about whether we go into phase 3. And then a part of phase 3 is fundraising, which has its own time frame challenges and obstacles to navigate, as well as the design building. So, developing an architectural approach, construction drawings, all of those things, all take time and all have their own schedule. So I won't speculate on exactly when a shovel could be in the ground, but I will say that we're moving as fast as we can.
And one final question, just to clarify, the $100,000 from the Arts and Culture Legacy Fund, is that something that came from land sales or revenue from other assets, or is it through taxation that fund has been created?
Sorry, excuse me, the Legacy Fund? Sorry, through you, Acting Mayor, the Legacy Fund was a result of the sale of Collis Power Stream, and I decided behind council in terms of those allocations.
I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't new tax dollars, but thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry, yes, thanks.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Through you, Director Culver might not want to be a speculator, but he's a mind reader, because my only question was, knowing the answer, sticking with Nordicity, sticking with option A, it was stated that it was 5 to 6 months. And if we went out to market with, to be honest, an upset limit that could be higher than 150, they could add 4 to 5 more months. So sticking with Mr. Rowe's passion, this is the quickest possible way for us to move to option to phase 3, and it comes at a cheapest. Has Nordicity given us a ballpark? Because the 100,000 was the upset limit. It's not. They don't have a check for 100,000.
Correct. Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor. So Nordicity's given us that time frame based on the work plan that effectively it had helped create, that staff was working through, and so they were. That was what it was based on. Their number, their estimate number, including working with the architect that they know will have to be engaged, was lower than the 100,000. We added a little bit of buffer just for unforeseens. However, we expect to get all of the components completed for less than 100,000, and it would be inclusive of such things as the TRAIM study, the economic impact study, and the modeling that was all part of the original next steps.
So thank you for that. And so that being said, pushing through this less than $100,000 study, if we get to phase 3 and the fundraising falls apart, we're not done with. We're not forced to continue with it. There's a lot of people in the audience that really want this, but there's a lot of people at home that have read the study and they feel differently. I'm all for what's best for the community, and if best for the community is to give us an art center, that's tremendous. But I want to just make sure that this doesn't handcuff us. And I think sticking with Nordicity is a fantastic thing to do, and that's why I was happy to move it. Thank you very much. And I would not ask you for the crystal ball, as I learned 8 years ago in the first meeting. I'll do that to you again. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments, really. I am very much in support of my colleagues' comments with regard to the ongoing need for a arts facility, and I'm also in support of the recommendation to stick with Nordicity. That's going to be more cost efficient. It's going to save time, and they certainly seem to have the expertise. I will add that I moved here in 1988 when I was a child, and at that time, Catherine Hike was promoting the notion of an arts facility way back then. So here we are 34 years later, and I hope that this time it's a charm. The only other comment I'll make is I note in the staff report that there had been a task force involved, but they had stepped away after 2 meetings based on the notion that a professional company like Nordicity could undertake the work that was needed at the time. Which is fine, but we will need a task force. We are thinly resourced in our Parks, Rec, and Culture department. We will need the connections that a public task force can bring in terms of potential fundraising or funding opportunities, not to mention the expertise and the experience that they bring. So all to say that I really hope that as this project proceeds, that we can call upon our arts community to provide the assistance to help us move this thing forward. Thank you.
Anyone else around the table? Okay. Just before I call the vote, I just wanted to make a couple of very brief comments. So, Director Culver, when you were replying, I think, and I guess maybe it was Councillor Carrier, when you mentioned accommodation tax, I was sort of smiling sheepishly. I mean, how foolish could you be to be a councillor to raise the idea of an accommodation tax, and then the next day COVID breaks out? Like, what a dumb idea that was. Lesson learned. But it is something that we do need to revisit because it is a source of revenue. And I know that Councillor Madigan, you brought it up 2 terms ago now, and it's something that should be pursued in a macro perspective. The other lesson for me was that if I go back to our last recreation decision by 2 councils ago, and I was responsible for this, or partly I should say, and that is that we failed as a community and a council to articulate the direction, and we failed to bring people along with us. And we all know that there were things happening sort of behind the scenes, but prior to that, the message that went out to the community was that the price tag was going to be 30, 35 million. And boom, the anchor got dropped in the bay, all hell broke loose, and quite frankly, it died. And I think that what's really important is that we need to be able to communicate and convey to the community that this is a process that we're willing to invest in, we're moving forward with. Yes, we are approaching an election. Yes, I'm sure it will be part of that dialogue. But as to the point that was raised tonight in terms of, if people are in tune, and no pun intended, and they know what steps we're taking, and they know what commitment we're making from a financial standpoint, what the expectations are clearly in terms of, private money, upper level tiers of money from the province fed, et cetera. I think that we will be able to bring people along with us as opposed to putting something out there that is not understood and has every opportunity being defeated immediately. And that is critical. And the final is just that point would be simply that this is to your point, Councillor Doherty, this is the 3rd time that we've been down this path in terms of study. And, Catherine Hike, Mrs. Hike would be a perfect example of probably a plethora within our community who have been down this path. And, one of the things that this community continues to grow and needs to capitalize on is the intellectual capital that is continuing to move not to Collingwood, but to the region as a whole. And when we talk about task force, when we talk about tapping on that expertise, it's there. We just need to engage and ensure that that resource is around the table. Because when you bring all of these things together, the data shows that we can support this. And it's just a matter of having a vision. And I think that vision has been established, a commitment from a financial perspective to move this down the path. And when you put all of the pieces in place, then I think that we will have an excellent opportunity to then go to our upper tier friends at the province and the federal level of government and make that business case that Collingwood should have a community arts center that will benefit all. The very final point that I would just make is that I think it is also really important when we convey this opportunity to the community. It is not an opportunity for 1%, 2%, upper tier. It is truly a community opportunity because there are smaller groups within our community that perhaps use a church basement or another facility, and they'll continue to do so. But when you have a facility like this within our community, it broadens the base in terms of the intellectual capacity, the resources that are made available, the outreach to the region as a whole, et cetera. And that, in part, will have a trickle-down effect and enrich the opportunity of those smaller user groups should they, be able to take a part of or advantage of in that respect. So it's not just a one-size-fit-all, one-building approach. It truly is a community, and I very much would be like to be around the table to move it forward. But that said, I'm very proud of the fact that at least we've gotten it to this point, and we'll continue to move it forward. So with that said, I do have my mover, I do have my seconder, and we're looking at the first option, which is the 100,000 from Nordicity, and I'll call the vote. Those in the affirmative. And that is unanimous. Thank you. So that takes us to 9.2. And that's the Strategic Initiatives July 4th, 2022 meeting. And got 3 items here. So 9.2.1, that Council received the Strategic Initiative Standing Committee report from its meeting held July 4, 2022, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. First, CAO 2022-10, 2022-23, contribution to Georgian Bay Accelerator, and the recommendation to confirm a contribution of $150,000 to the Georgian Bay Accelerator for their fiscal year ending March 31, 2023. 2 is the P 2022 County of Simcoe Municipal Comprehensive Review, Town of Collingwood, formal comments on the proposed Growth Management Official Plan Amendment, final forecast and land needs assessment, the recommendation that the report as amended be forwarded to the County of Simcoe as the Town of Collingwood's formal comments on the proposed Growth Management Official Plan Amendment, final forecast and associated land needs assessment representing the outcome of Phase 1 of the Municipal Comprehensive Review, subject to any further comments and ratification by Council at its July 18 meeting. And finally, that CAO 2022-09 Interim Control Bylaw number 2021-024 exemption requests, short-term exemption program intake number 1, that bylaw number 2022-062 being a bylaw to amend interim control bylaw number 2021-024 be enacted and passed this 18th day, July 2022. These were all passed unanimously at the SIC meeting and have been brought forward. To have a mover and seconder for these, please. I've got Councillor Berman, Councillor Jeffrey. Although unanimous, are there any questions prior to calling of the vote? Seeing none, I will then call the vote. All those in the affirmative, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Motions this evening. We do have 3. Councillor Doherty, Councillor Jeffrey, myself. Councillor Doherty, yours is 10.1. Would you like to read your motion in?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Go ahead.
Whereas there is a growing concern about the negative impact of fireworks on wildlife and domestic animals, in which loud noise causes panic responses that can have dire consequences on animal health and well-being. And whereas the loud noise from fireworks has been demonstrated to be disturbing to the elderly and people living with autism or or post-traumatic stress disorder. And whereas traditional fireworks also have serious environmental impacts caused by noxious gases and pollutants that poison the air, the water, and the soil, making them toxic to birds, wildlife, pets, livestock, and also create a risk of fire. And whereas many municipalities throughout Canada, the US, and Europe, including Banff, Caledon, San Francisco, and London, have banned traditional fireworks outright or have chosen to use other forms of light displays, including quiet fireworks or drone displays. And whereas the banning of traditional fireworks in Collingwood would be consistent with our commitment to health and safety of our residents and our declaration of a climate crisis. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Collingwood directs staff to consider alternate forms of light displays for special events and to include these recommendations in the 2023 budget discussions.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Can I seconder to put it on the floor? Councillor Berman, and would you like to speak first, last to your motion?
I will speak first.
Go ahead.
First of all, I will be clear that this is not a recommendation for any one format. What it is, it's a request of staff to consider all of the options, traditional versus so-called quiet versus other forms such as drone displays, and come forward with a recommendation during budget discussions. This would give both council and the public the opportunity to weigh in. I can tell you that the nemesis of this motion was many discussions, which I have had with residents in our community. But I cannot speculate as to the proportion of the community those people represent. Therefore, best that we ask staff to consider the options, to cause the options, and to consult with our public and come back with a direction that we can, as a community, weigh in on and choose one way to go, and indeed, or no way to go, and that is to say to eliminate all forms of aerial display.
Okay, thank you.
My comments.
Perfect, nicely said. Does anyone have any questions of Councillor Doherty or perhaps staff? Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. So I did ask this question of Councillor Doherty before we started this evening because I was kind of in between because I know how much work Councillor Berman and Council did on getting it to 2 days during the year and being very limiting with it. So my question to Councillor Doherty was how this was building on that or what the connection was between that work and moving forward. Is it what to do with those 2 days or to broaden those 2 days, reduce those 2 days, all of the above. But I think, I guess, and my second question, which would go through to staff, is this something they would already be doing in terms of the future of our events? And so those are my questions for now.
Okay.
For you.
You want to take the first one? And
Yes, thank you. So, and I certainly will allow Councillor Berman to chime in at any time, but this was expanding the question really to consider all options, both traditional and so-called, I'm going to say so-called quiet fireworks because in fact they're not necessarily quiet. Or drone displays, to cost them and to bring them forward as a budget line item as part of our 2023 budget discussions.
is that You're good with number 1? Or?
Yeah, that's the councillor's intention. Then I understand it. Thank you.
Okay. And maybe I'll ask, does staff have a comment as it related to the second part?
So through you, Acting Mayor, I believe the councillor's question is to do with whether staff would be reviewing sort of the nature and value of fireworks on an annual basis. Is that correct? And so yes, no, we definitely have. I mean, we typically look in about a 3 to 5 year window. So, for example, the RFP for fireworks, this was the final year of that RFP. So going into next year, we would be doing a review to determine, what next steps might look like for the Canada Day celebration in that case. We had looked at the possibility of engaging drones this year, but it was contingent upon grant funding, which we weren't successful receiving. So we didn't do the sort of drone experiment that we'd hoped to do this year. So the answer to the councillor's question is yes, there is, we do constantly review. This will have a bit more of, this gives us a scope for some of that decision making or that determination, and we can bring back a report to council, no problem.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you. I just had a comment, and I wanted to add that I have had made to me, I'll say, a growing chorus of complaints about the noise coming from fireworks over the last few years. So I wanted to say that. And also with respect to the 2 days that fireworks are allowed for individuals to set off, I've had a number of people say to me, why are the fireworks going 2 to 3 days before the holiday and 2 or 3 days after? And the fireworks seem to be going off, at least for the people who talk to me, sometime between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. So I've explained to them, we only can enforce this through our bylaw department by complaints. And of course, I guess there's not a lot of staff around at 2 a.m. or maybe people aren't comfortable in calling this an emergency. So I just would say I think for the council that deals with this in 2023, perhaps that should also be given some consideration on how we're going to deal with the noise from individuals who are setting them off for a week at a time. Thank you.
Councillor Doherty, final word?
Yes, please. And I'm glad that Councillor Hamlin did bring that up because I've had a number of people ask me what implications that this particular motion would have on private fireworks. And indeed, we do have a bylaw that does restrict the number of times per year and the timelines where private fireworks can be set off, and indeed by complaint, either through bylaw or in fact the OPP, by fireworks that are being set off at other times can be stopped. But in terms of an overall ban of private fireworks, which was also a question that had been asked of me, the town must lead by example. And so when we consider a budget item that, of course, is going to be reflective of a policy in 2023, then we can take the next logical step and address the use of private fireworks. The other thing that I will add is that I was contacted both by our current supplier of traditional fireworks and by the National Fireworks Association with regard to this motion and to its intent. And I just wanted to be very clear that nothing in this motion is to suggest that our current supplier does not do a very good, very professional, safety first presentation of fireworks on the 2 days a year that the 1 day a year that we do present them. And also to acknowledge that the advocacy organization is very aware of the growing number of communities that have concerns about traditional fireworks. In fact, in his letter to me, Mr. Logan said that he had been in contact with 75 municipalities already in Ontario. And as a result, they are starting to put inserts into the sale of fireworks for private consumption to let people know that there are safety protocols that should be followed and how to follow them.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hall. I just had a thought, and I'm not going to look to tweak Councillor Doherty's motion or anything, but I remember having a conversation with I think Councillor Madigan and former Chief Parr about the bylaws pertaining to who can sell fireworks and when and where and so on and so forth, not necessarily being aligned with the new fireworks bylaw at the time. Maybe Councillor Madigan has a better memory than me what we talked about, but I'm wondering through you two staff, is that something that you need direction to look at, or is that something you'd be looking at anyhow?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear the question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Couldn't quite hear him. I apologize.
My apologies. Is this better?
Yeah.
I think we would want the people that are permitted to sell fireworks, where they sell them, what dates they sell them on, and so on and so forth, to align with our fireworks bylaw. Is that something that staff would be looking into at some point anyhow, or would staff need direction to look into that?
Thank you for the rewording. Yeah, so through you, Acting Mayor, we didn't see this as a scope of what Councillor Doherty's motion includes, and I think that would be outside of the PRC division in terms of research for sure. So I would suggest it either be added or taken under a separate motion in a future time. I believe we have a fairly big project through this motion, but I would obviously we'll work to serve what council wants.
Thank you. You're good? Okay. 1, 2, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification through the chair to Councillor Doherty. One of the paragraphs here says that many municipalities throughout Canada, yada, 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 and London. Is that London, UK, or is that London, Ontario?
London, UK.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Just to piggyback off of Councillor Berman, what he was saying, our newly retired, enjoying his life chief had brought this to our attention over a golf game, and I will just help Steve out to say that the fire department has it all, and one of us will be bringing a motion at a separate time. It's got really nothing to do with Debs, but it was just making sure that the people that were selling fireworks in Collingwood were regulated to sell fireworks. In Collingwood, we had a couple guys that just were kind of setting up shop on the side of the street or in somebody's commercially zoned house and just having at it. So that is something that I think is very important just for safety as well. Not only the noise, but when you get something shooting every which way but loose, it can harm the animals or the dogs or our property. So Councillor Berman and I will be putting something together for a notice of motion for another time. Okay. But I don't think that has an effect of what Councillor Doherty's asking for. So thanks, Deb, for bringing this.
Okay, so good discussion, and thank you for the intent. So that I have your motion with Councillor Berman as my seconder. So I will call the vote then. All in the affirmative. Okay, those opposed, and it is noted. So noted. Number 2, 10.2. Councillor Jeffrey, this is yours. Would you like to read it in? Please do.
I will. Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. In the absence of a plethora of whereases, I will speak to it first. I forgot to go back, apparently. That council support the 2023 OJHL All-Star Celebration postponed from January 2022 to be hosted by the Collingwood Blues Hockey Club at the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena in January 2023 and improve an in-kind donation of ice time and an upset limit of $3,000. And further, that council approved that the Collingwood Blues Hockey Club work with the town of Collingwood Economic Development staff on the concept of signage and/or event promotion with an upset limit of costs of $1,500. And Councillor Berman would like to second this, please.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Berman. Okay. And would you like to speak to it first, or?
Sure. And just to introduce it, I did have a conversation with Director Culver in terms of the value of those upset limits. We always speak to the economic spin-off and benefit of hosting these very special events and investing in our youth. And I think that bringing the entertainment and that brand of hockey to our community is also inspirational for our young hockey players that are here, and also at the same time while showcasing Collingwood and its true history of being a hockey town and what we provide in the history of the sport of hockey. So I'm very much in support of this request.
Any questions, comments, Councillor Carrier?
Thank you. So the first part where it says an in-kind donation of ice time at an upset limit of $3,000. Currently, the Blues already rent the ice at a significant reduction. Is this rental for this event based on the standard rate or their already reduced rate?
Sir?
Through you, Acting Mayor, I believe that the $3,000 upset limit is, first of all, has quite a bit of buffer built into it because it's based on a few unknowns about the format of what the event will hold. But it was based on the minor hockey rate, which is the rate relative to what is assessed for the Blues.
Don't they already pay below the minor hockey rate?
So through you, Acting Mayor, the structure of the Blues deal in season is based on a revenue generation. So they pay us a revenue of a percentage of revenue from the marketing that they generate in the building, and that is analogous to what we assessed for the minor hockey rate and charging them that rate for a season. That was how the deal was initially established and understood. Was based on the idea that the ice they needed at the minor hockey rate would yield X. And so we developed a marketing approach that would start at that value, but then grow as their marketing increased. So technically, with successful marketing in a year, they would be paying more than the minor hockey rate.
So, yeah, I'm not a hockey person, so I'm not sure I fully understand this, but it's a situation when if there's rate A, if I want to go rent the arena, there's rate A. If you're a big hockey club, you get rate B. But junior hockey gets, let's say, B minus whatever percentage. And is that not what the Blues are getting? They're getting a reduced rental rate?
So again, through you, Acting Mayor, the Blues contract operates outside of the per hour structure. So when you say it's a reduced rate, it's reduced from the rack rate based on the idea that the way the model was built was around the idea of them paying the minor hockey rate, which is a reduced rate from the rack rate.
Okay.
But it is contingent upon marketing sales. It's contingent upon what they pay us out of a percentage of their gross marketing income for the year. And that's how we've structured the deal.
Right. Yeah, I've read the deal. Thank you. I get that part.
Sorry, can I just interject for 1 second? Who's the host? Are the Collingwood Blues the host, or is the league the host? In the sense that we're billing the league.
So through you, Acting Mayor, I believe that the Collingwood Blues are the host, like the name host, but it is a partnership with the the Junior A Hockey League.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The reasons for my questions, just to be perfectly clear, is this is a for-profit business, and we're being asked to give more tax dollars to a for-profit business. And I believe my questions are both legit. They're legitimate. On the second portion, part of the revenue gained by the Blues is that they're selling the signage access. So I'm not sure I understand what we're getting for $1,500 when they're already getting the sign revenue in the first place.
So through you, Acting Mayor, the $1,500, when Councillor Jeffrey had asked about sort of, let's say, supplemental expenses that may be incurred, the $1,500 was, again, a buffered estimate of what it cost to put a sign on the exterior roads coming into town, to pay for sign printing, to pay for a standalone sign that says, this is All-Star Weekend. It was a way to kind of support the economic value of the tournament, and it would be basically a threshold that allows us to say we can support to this amount. It wasn't. It has nothing to do with the signage produced by the Blues. It has to do with opportunities for making the community into the All-Star Weekend for that event.
Thank you. I understand that. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Just to be clear, this is a postponed event, as it indicates. And I believe, and I'm not looking for the record to be pulled up, but it was unanimously supported previously. So if there are no other questions, I do have a mover and a seconder, and then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Those opposed? And so noted. Okay. So the next one, Councillor Hamlin, you had declared a conflict, so I'll have you step away at 6:21. And I will actually turn the chair over to the acting deputy mayor for this particular one.
Oh.
This is my motion.
Yes, of course. Thank you. And so the chair recognizes Acting Mayor Hull. Would you like to read your motion in?
Sure, thank you. So this is partnership support for Institute of Southern Georgian Bay, and notice was provided the 4th of July. Whereas the Town of Collingwood's Economic Development Action Plan champions collaboration between government, business, and academic institutions to make it easy for new and existing business to find the support they need to grow in Collingwood, and whereas the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay is a significant community organization with a vision to harness the power of people and place in Southern Georgian Bay to grow social and economic prosperity, therefore be it resolved that Council approved financial support in the amount of $5,000 to the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay for their 2022 programming drawn from the Council Grants and Donations Fund. And I'll be looking for a seconder.
And the seconder is Councillor Jeffrey, and we have questions, comments, or queries. Or would you like to speak first to your motion, or you want to wait and speak last?
I'll just make a couple of brief comments, if I may.
Right now, or
yes, please.
Yep, there we go.
So this was brought forward at the end of the Corporate Community Services meeting. So for those who were not in attendance, Rosalind Morrison, who is the chair, correct me if I'm wrong, CAO Skinner, she is the current chair for that group for the Institute.
Actually, I'm not sure if she's the chair.
Okay.
She likely is, and certainly was one of the founders and is extremely active,
Okay.
and the named spokesperson talking to a number of municipal councils at this time.
So, okay. I apologize. I should know that. That said, we know that she's a part of their executive, and she has been instrumental from, if not the outset, very close to the outset. She also has an incredible wealth of talent as a result, as it relates to her past expertise from Toronto, and has a real belief and passion in the work that's being done. And this particular group has really harnessed the power of intellectual capacity to not only champion but move forward a number of topics as it relates to things that are happening within our community. And I feel that this is something that we can support financially so that they can continue the work, both locally but more importantly from a regional perspective. as not only an engine to carry on and ensure conversations continue cross-border, but as a resource from time to time when we're trying to identify and tackle particular issues. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Comments and questions. And I think I saw Councillor Carrier and Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Loud, Chair. Question, you have a budget process, or there used to be a budget process where people would come and ask for money. Why didn't the think tank participate in that process? Like, did they gap it? Did they miss it? What was going on?
And your question is directed to the...
Brought it forward for some reason, it late in the game in the process outside of the budget process. And you, in the past, you used to weigh all the various community requests. So I'm assuming they didn't do a presentation. I'm curious as to why they didn't do a presentation. If anybody, staff,
I see the treasurer has just popped up on screen. Perhaps we'll throw this over to Treasurer Quinlan, hoping that that wasn't a mistake on your part and you hit the wrong button. Treasurer Quinlan?
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, and through you to Councillor Carrier. So I think with respect to the community sort of grants that come forward, that there is a process, and I'm gonna lean on Director Culver to help with that, but it runs through PRC. However, within the council grants budget lines, we do there is 30,000 each year that's set aside for this particular type of situation to handle requests that may come up throughout the year, just for one-time sort of situations or new and different types of funding programs that might be out there. I'm not sure if I'm missing anything, but I'm quite sure that is the process, and that we haven't skipped over anything in this situation.
Thank you, Treasurer Quinlan. Does that assist Councillor Carrier?
So there is no process for community groups to ask for money during budget time, and then it's allocated at that time. They can just ask anytime.
I see the CAO's card is up. You want to take a run at that, CAO Skinner?
Thank you. Through the chair, we do encourage people to ask for budget funds during the budgeting process. The budget is circulated, as everyone on council knows, several times, and we have a committee meeting, or potentially two, when people can ask for those allocations. So I would want the message to you and to the public to be the best time to ask for funds is at the time of budget, and or through the grants program if you know the Parks, Recreation, and Culture grants are the way to go. The funding that is set aside in year for council is typically considered for urgent things that couldn't have been anticipated or are very important, have come up through the community to your attention. And this you will judge, I guess, today whether this is or isn't one of those important things for the community that should go forward outside the typical process.
Thank you. So it's a different bucket, or possibly a different bucket. Does that assist, Councillor Carrier?
Does assist, but just one final question.
Sure.
So what's left in the fund on the budget line item? I mean, was it $5,000? Was it $3,000? Or was it all used up? Or is there another 20 sitting there? I'm just curious.
Treasurer Quinlan, I bet you have that down to the penny.
I do. Thank you, Acting Mayor, or Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, through you to Councillor Carrier. Yeah, there's the budget amount was $30,000. Year to date, we've spent just around $1,500 so far. So there's quite a bit of funds left in that budget line right now.
Councillor Carrier?
Just on semantics, is it all been allocated, or you've just, sorry, because you weren't clear there. I know there's a difference between allocating and spending. You may not have sent out the checks, but is it you've only allocated or spent $1,500 and there's now, $28,500 left?
Treasurer Quinlan?
We've only allocated, to be clear, about $1,500 so far this year.
Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So interesting conversation to lead into what I was going to say. I was smiling because I did this exact motion last year to support this group who are critically important, particularly right now in terms of our third Collingwood World Summit coming up and the work that they give us in that. So I'm very supportive of this, but my recommendation was that I would add an amendment to send this request to the budget for 2023, because I'm going to assume, given the level of expertise in the programming, it would be conditional on them continuing that. But I think we may as well get it to the right process, which is the budget process, if it's going to be annual.
So are you proposing an amendment to this right now?
Yeah.
And so that would be, therefore be resolved that council
refer
financial support in the amount of $5,000 to the 2023 budget?
Yes.
So in the final, therefore it be it resolved? Okay. Do you have a seconder for that, do you suppose?
I don't know. I do.
There's Councillor Carrier. Okay, so we got an amendment. And make it easy, can we? Okay. Is your question regarding the amendment or the full motion?
Yes, it is. Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Doherty.
Actually, it's funny you should say that, because I was thinking exactly the same thing. Because they have made a fantastic contribution, in particular to our summit, and then to all of the online conferences that they have offered to our community. But is your intent to withhold the $5,000 for this year, or to approve the $5,000 for this year and formalize the request for 2023 for $5,000?
It's amended to additionally, in addition to the funding that we would do for 2022 through the chair. Sorry, we would also just send this request through to 2023 budget. So it's $5,000 for 2022 and $5,000 request for 2023.
I will second that.
It's already been seconded. And thank you for that question of clarification, because quite honestly, that is not my understanding of what your amendment was, because the word I heard was refer rather than approve.
No, that we also send.
Yeah, there was. I didn't hear an also from you.
Oh, well,
but that's okay. Now I have. Okay, so it's the same whereases and wherefores, and the therefore is that council approve financial support in the amount of $5,000 to the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay for their 2022 program, drawn from the council grants and donations fund, and refer another request. So we're giving them the money. Okay, and $5,000 to be referred to the 2023 budget. Okay, thank you. And that is your seconding still good?
That was my understanding of Councillor Jeffrey's motion.
Wonderful. Well, there we go. Okay, and any other comments or questions around the table on the amendment? Councillor Madigan.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing clarity to that, because that was not my understanding at all, but doesn't matter. It is now. So have they asked for this? Are we giving them the $5,000 in 2023 before they come? This could be a great. They can come back and ask again, so they don't come late in the game. I just don't want to start giving people money out when I'm not on that council.
I'm not sure to whom are you asking that question?
Well, I'm happy to vote for it for this year, but I won't vote for it for next term, because I'm not on that council, and that should be up to them. That's their budget, not mine.
And I think that Councillor Jeffrey has a reply.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. My reply is that because it goes to the budget, it is a decision of council going forward, and they can confer with the group. But it's very clear with the intention of and the valuable work that they are doing, that this will be ongoing for some time. And I just see us just being proactive with it. I asked for it last year. Acting Mayor's asking for it this year. We may as well just get it into the budget discussions now, and staff can follow up, and whatever council's voting on the budget can vote on it.
Okay, I apologize. It wasn't very clear to me, but maybe I don't have the intelligence that other people do. It wasn't clear at all, to be honest. Thank you.
All right, and so let's vote on the amendment, unless there are other questions or comments or queries regarding the amendment. All right, call a question on that. All those in favor? And the amendment passes. And so now we are looking at the amended motion. And I will call the question on that. All those in favor? And that passes. And then I pass the chair back to Acting Mayor Hall.
Great, thank you. And we'll ask that Councillor Hamlin return at 6:34. There's a notation under 11 under notice of motion. Are there any other notice of motions this evening? Yes.
I am bringing notice. I do not have it written out, but I will do some wordsmithing regarding it. I've been contacted by a local business that is struggling post-COVID with some of the work that they did on behalf of the federal government regarding hand sanitizers. And there has been confusion and upset and difficulties, and they now are in possession of a whole lot of inventory that they cannot use. And so I will be bringing notice of motion that that we as a council write a letter to the federal government and the department in question to provide some relief to this business and to other businesses in our neighborhood, actually, who came to our rescue at the beginning of the pandemic and who now find themselves literally holding the bag. So that will come to the July 25th meeting. Thank you.
Anyone else with a notice tonight? Okay. Takes us to 12, County Report and Acting Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, a couple of interesting things that I wanted to pass along from the latest meeting of County Council. One of which is a staff report that was approved at County Council, which has made funding available to Campbell House here in Collingwood, capital funding improvements. And it has slipped my memory since that meeting was more than a minute and a half ago, that just exactly whether the improvements are for HVAC or whether they're for an expansion of one of the rooms. However, $260,000 for capital improvements over the next 3 years at Campbell House. So that's good news for our hospice system, which is desperately needed. Of course, the services they provide are invaluable. And also from that same meeting, the trails system across Simcoe County has received extra funding as well, and $30,000 is coming to Collingwood to help fund some of the trails work that continues here. So 2 good news stories out of the county for Collingwood. Thank you.
Are there any questions at all for? Yes.
Thank you. The June 28, 2022 at 10 a.m., the statutory public meeting on the OPA regarding the Municipal Comprehensive Growth Plan and population projections, it says that they're planning for a population of 555,000 people. It might be an opportunity when you both attend the county to revisit the discussion that AMO had years ago about the Memorandum of Understanding, and they use the permanent population base. And when we don't build infrastructure for permanent population, we build infrastructure for maximum demand. And we know that we have between 7,000 and 10,000 part-time residents that don't get included in our population sign, as an example. So when they're adding up the numbers, the part-time residents through the growth plan from 20 plus years ago has never been included in the allocation numbers. So it is something that we should continue as a community that has a permanent part-time population Friday to early Monday morning or late Sunday evening. They're here and they're using our services, and there should be some accounting for that, or at least acknowledgement of that through the process. The reason why the province, of course, came to that understanding was both the province and the feds issue checks on a per capita basis. So would you rather issue a check to the town with a population of 22,000 or 30,000? And I'm going to suggest the upper levels of government prefer to write the smaller check and take the photo op credit for being such great funders. Thanks.
Thank you. Duly noted. That's it.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 13. It's our consent agenda. We do have 3 items this evening. And that being that council hear and receive the consent agenda, general consent agenda, whatever. And further, that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. And they would be items 13.1, we have a proclamation for World Fragile X Day. And I'm assuming that's X versus 10, but we'll go with that. 13.2 is the clock tower illumination for World Duchenne Awareness Day. And 13.3, the Canadian National Fireworks Association. And they have a notice of motion here for alternative forms of light display. So I'm looking for a mover and seconder to receive these items. I've got Councillor Hamlin, and I've got Councillor Doherty. Call a question to receive. Okay, all those in favor, thank you. That's unanimous. Anyone like to pull one of the items for discussion or potential direction? Councillor Doherty?
Yes, just very quickly, item 13.3, the Canadian National Fireworks Association. That is the association that I referenced earlier with regard to my motion.
Okay. And you wanted to pull that for comment or
just to clarify that I had spoken about that correspondence previously.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So then we move to item 14, council business. We've already taken care of 14.2. 14.1 is old or deferred business. Does anyone have any old or deferred business?
I actually have other business. I guess I've missed 14.2. Shall I wait to the next meeting?
Nope.
Thank you.
But anybody old or deferred? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question actually for the treasurer. In light of the conversation that we had earlier in this meeting regarding the fire pumper purchase and how we may want to buy things or order things sooner rather than later because of inflationary pressures and so on. Do we need to be looking at our doing our development charge study early, or are we in good shape for that sort of thing? Because of course, development charges pay for capital expenditures quite often. Through the chair.
Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall, to Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. That's a great question. I think one of the things that we'll be doing in the next year, beginning in 2023, is working towards a newly updated development charge bylaw. As you know, it happens every 5 years, and the last one was completed in 2019. So the expectation would be that we have something ready for 2024. That being said, with the increase in cost due to inflation over the last the last couple of years would be what we would say now. When we go to do that recalculation, the shortfall or any shortfall in reserve. So for example, if we had a development charge allocated to the pumper truck for say 100,000 and it actually cost us 150,000, any shortfall, so that 50,000 would be included in the updated rates for 2024. So there really isn't a great advantage to going forward and trying to push that through any quicker than where we're at today with, beginning it in the latter part of 2023. But it does certainly get taken into consideration when we look at the rates for the next 5 years as well.
Thank you very much. That's comforting news. Thank you.
Great. So other business, I had indicated we took 14.21 and had dealt with that, which is true, but that does not preclude other business. So does anybody else have any other business? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. Just a question. I was speaking with someone from another municipality in terms of our goals and accessibility. It was interesting, came up, and I don't know if we do it, but with respect to the porta potties that they put out in their municipality, the first one on site is always an accessible porta potty. Anyone that goes up after that can be regular, but in terms of servicing accessibility, and because the RFPs apparently for these services are usually more than 1 year, the suppliers are happy to provide because they know that they're going to be covered over 2 to 3 years for those. So maybe we already have it in place and I never noticed, but I thought it was brilliant. And if we're doing it already, yay, we're brilliant too.
Did you want staff to provide a comment, or
They can just take it under advisement, or they can respond if we're already smart. Brag.
CEO Skinner?
Thank you. That is a great point made, and we will take that under advisement as we look forward. We are very committed to accessibility in the town, and we appreciate our accessibility committee as well. Thank you for that.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Anyone else? Other business for tonight? Okay, well, that takes us to the confirmatory bylaw, and the bylaw is that number 2022-063, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held July 18, 2022, be enacted and passed this 18th day of July 2022. Mover and seconder. We've got Councillor Berman, Councillor Madigan. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. And down my right, Councillor Jeffrey. Perfect. All those in favor. Good night, folks. Thank you.